Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be getting back into our coding project today, but before we do, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Sammy at the end of the canvas table there. Ember heard me start talking and trotted over onto the table as well. We have Sky up in the cat tree. He is watching one of them, but I don't know who. Ember is grooming one of her little socks. Sammy's getting a drink now. Oh, there's Mason coming out to the bed. It's kind of his spot unless I get up and move around, in which case he'll come out to the play area to get attention. But yeah, back to the game dev. So it's not that one actually, but let's... Come on, file system. There we go, okay. It had not gotten the file association set up. Where did I put... Ah, here we go. So we're going to need... Yeah, here we are. So for reference, to remind everybody, myself included, this is what a map chunk looks like. So we can define how big they are and what they are composed of. But each of these pixels is paired with a corresponding data file, or each of those is paired with a data file. Or if I go into... I believe it's this little guy. Oh, we gotta change that. The new hardware is definitely showing up for us here. There's our preferences. There are things that I have forgotten to update. Where... They always hide things like dark mode in the weirdest places. Well, clearly, you know, we don't need to make our settings really clean. Not sort by. Not style. That's going to be just our raw text. Yeah. Things I should have done earlier. Oh, well, there we go. Boop. Okay. So again, what we've got is we load our textures. So in sequence, we have map background red and blue. These are going to be our, how to put it, the tile sets that we're using. Then we set a color. In this case, it's JSON parsable. But we say if this exact color appears in our map chunk image, we use the corresponding tile for it. And here we define what those chunks are. This is, again, in sequence, so this is 0 and 1. This red refers to that tile. This green refers to that tile. Then as we're loading the chunks, we will load them in that pattern. You gonna make up your mind, Ember? Or are you just gonna kind of orbit? Feel like orbiting? Yeah? Yeah, I know. I know. What? You need to make up your mind. No, come here. Come here. Here. Try here. No. She likes my right shoulder. She doesn't like my left shoulder. That is the shoulder she will climb up in transit. That is the shoulder she will snuggle on. The left shoulder is right out. Not acceptable. So we have this element, and then we need clearly some further logic I need to set up or to clean up. We'll have to. I get LibreOffice installed. If not, this is going to be a hassle. Oh! But, you know, this is why we have to do what we do. Ah, man, I didn't. Might look at some code here for a moment. Where did I put that? I am in process here of getting something installed that I forgot to get installed. So in the interim, let's look at kitties. Variety of tools. I'm using LibreOffice because I don't want to bother with or pay for Microsoft Excel, which is one of the tools that I would be using here. Yeah. That. Mixing some features that don't need to be installed. Well, let's see. So Sammy's hanging out in the play area. Ember is... She is currently getting chin scratches from the microphone stand. Isn't that right, Ember? Hey. Hey. Because your attention was insufficient. Hey there, careful. When she gets squirmy and demands attention like this, she can get a little bitey. She gets real particular. Since she's itty bitty, her claws are also prone to getting real sharp real easy. Eris, what am I making? Well, I'm going to be working on our level generation, our data through presentation pipeline for our levels. I forgot to install a bit of software with the new machine, so that's why we're looking at cat cameras at the moment. But let's see here. Should be operational now. Is it? Data files. Here. Sorry if we are a little bit... Let's always open this with the spreadsheet program. Hey there, Laura. Welcome, welcome. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh. It'd help if it weren't such chunky software. It's functional. It's just kind of system intensive. I don't care, LibreOffice. Really don't care, and frankly don't want you to arbitrarily pop open browsers. Is rude. It is doing all of the patching. Okay, so we are a comma delimited string delimiter. We don't want string delimiters at all. These are my data files. They get parsed from a CSV directly into JSON, and one of the things is they cannot remove quotes. Those have to stay there. No, I don't. Why don't you have an X here? So I've been working with some folks on some UI design kind of stuff. Not the kind of application that I work with anymore, but this is kind of a sin here. So this is a very bright color. We are in dark mode, but this is still a very bright color. It says, do you want to do something? What action can I take? I'm guessing I could click this button here. Is this a button? There's an arrow. It's not text anymore. This is clearly a text box. This is a selection arrow. But no feedback. No indication. How do I say no? That's obnoxious. I'm going to close you for a moment. Come on. What's going on? Okay, do that again. So LibreOffice and several of them, this is tangential, but LibreOffice and several programs like it were spawned in as an effort to make an alternative to tools like Office. for the most part, those were starting to become expensive and bloated, and I am seeing a lot of the behaviors of things like Office creep their way into this, that kind of spoil a lot of that crop down. Anyhow, though. So we have our spawners here, which are create this enemy. I know I had another data file somewhere, and I believe it was all JSON. I'm trying to... Here we go. So these are largely irrelevant now. Where did I put it? That's the actual map. There should be a level. There we go. It's been just a little bit. Okay, so previously we had spawners wired up that were line items that said this appears here at this time kind of thing. In this case, we have moved this into the level setup. We need to wire our map into this as well, so that when this level is loaded, the corresponding map gets loaded too. Right now it's all hard-coded stuff. Like. So we have our list of events that will happen. This is technically not in order, but we have start times and end times. Another thing that I want to add are trigger-based elements. Things that say when you hit this chunk, or when you get this far, trigger this event. Whether that's going to be like a Y coordinate, or again, you have revealed a map chunk. And at that point, some new event happens. World events, currently, we only really have entity spawners. That enemies appear, but that's kind of the basic one anyway. Eventually, I do want to have a now dodge some stuff event. But those I also want to limit as much as I can, because those can become a... So this genre is characterized by having a lot of things on screen. The weapons that you emit and the enemies that you are trying to push back fill a lot of screen real estate. If you start to make it too frequent that I also have to dodge projectiles and watch for markers on the ground, the game is becoming increasingly busy. And that can be a problem. The kitties are, once again, dodging camera. But to the point, we have the level, we have the idea of a level defined. It currently has a list of events. That list of events is a sequence of things to do. This is spawn enemies, and these are the traits. So these are the things that will spawn and their behaviors. What am I doing with a list of entities? Was I rotating that? Yeah, I was rotating that. Okay. Oh. But in this case, so we have this list of events. What I'm thinking is to take our world, our level here, and we're going to merge in our world map concept. So we're going to edit you too. So all of this information is really only relevant in the context of a level. I'm not just loading this in. Could I? Yes. You know, maybe I can use it as a editor concept, but just as much I could say disable spawns or something like that. If I do that kind of setup. But what I could do is incorporate this whole thing as an item within within the level so that I now have this world map. The reason these are JSON and not the line item data files is that they're complex. It is a hassle to try to do this inside of the CSV. It just doesn't play nice. I could, absolutely could, but it would become a mess quickly because this is variable length, this is variable length, all of that kind of thing. And these kind of embedded objects don't play nice with my CSV pattern. So instead, we're going to make things like levels more complex objects and save the minutia of what these settings are for the line items files. So I can say movement. Oof. So all these movement elements are largely just fill in the variables in them. So what kind of targeting they use, which class to use, and set some variables. Again, fill in the blank stuff, but when we get into maps and the like, stuff starts getting more complicated. We'll have to see. These are here so that I don't have too many JSON files to maintain. These are here to handle big, important, complex things that are inconvenient to do in line item form. Hello. She is being simultaneously clingy and standoffish today. Yes. You're being a nuisance. So if we were to incorporate that, let's look into our level object. So that should be in the game system, I think. Where did I put that? World state. World state has levels. Levels have this stuff. Certification. Getting a message in. And we need our actual map object, which is a world map. An additional benefit of us embedding these is that the level object would then contain its world event list as well as a map to emit those events. So I wouldn't have to propagate that out into the world. I could just make it so that we have a map chunk update kind of event. Hello, Sammy. They're getting settled into the idea that it's stream time. Which usually means nap time, but they all will gradually kind of gravitate to their locations, their favored spots. Okay, so if in level we add a world map type, we can then just define it inside of the level object. We need to make sure this is where we were manually defining the texture wrapper, I believe. Yeah. We say it's a texture wrapper, it has this texture. So we don't use a JSON converter on it. But for this one, we do use that. Because these are objects that we're getting out of the dictionary, essentially, out of our catalog. We could do this same thing here. Because these aren't really texture wrappers, they are a special case. But I think we're going to keep this the same way because we could reuse tiles. We're not going to reuse map chunks outside of defining these are the ones we use. Could I eventually? Yeah, I just don't see this configuration being reused frequently enough to merit it. Again, the tiles are kind of the same way, but we'll get there. So we have a world map. All of that should be okay. Mason, what's your problem? Hey. Kitties are being definitely demanding attention now. As they do. As they do. Oof. Okay, so we move world map into here, and then the world state can tell the map renderer which map to use. Okay. And this particular instance will have it. Okay. Okay. So then we would have a public world map. Oh, typing. Level map, we do get set, so it's a property. Now JSON can read it. And we're going to take this, and we go into a level. So we have our world event list here. Ugh. And that, we need to take you. Typing. I don't know which one in particular he learned it from more recently, but Mason has realized he can run over to the side of my chair. Recently, in terms of like month or two. He can run over to the side of my chair and hop up and paw at my arm and say, I want attention. Sometimes he'll chirp at me to do it. But it's like he gets the back of my bicep when he does it, and it's a real disruptive sensation. Okay, so now we have the level map that will load a world map in. We are going to break during our level load. Should be in our game flow. Okay, so we do this. And instead of passing world map test, so we're going to get our level here for now. So we're going to extract it from the catalog here. And for the time being, we're still going to do a set level on it. And then we're going to do a level map. And then our level map.handle message to get it its first time passed and cause it to initialize. So this should accomplish the same thing. It'll work first time, everything will be great. It didn't. Okay, what do we need to do to get that to load? Let's look at world map. How much of the catalog is it dependent on? Okay, it needs terrain textures for the tiles for the converter to work properly. So we ran into some of this problem setting this thing up initially, because we need to decide what things get loaded from the catalog and what don't. So in the map tile renderer, when we set the world map, our world map terrain textures. Okay, we don't even have a world map. Which means it's not being loaded. So in our game flow, when we do this, we aren't getting the object. Let's double check our file while we're here. Oh, we put it inside the world event list, did we? No. There we go. No, we did. So it needs to be after this guy. So we have our list of events and we have the map that we're using. Okay, we still have a null exception. Our world map is not loaded, so back in we go. Level, but our level map is null still. Should have... We don't have an error log happening. So there's something about the map that we're getting from here that is not actually parsing. Property called level map. It exists in the same tier as world event list. It is public, so it should show up in the level breakdown. The right type. Copy. Copy constructor. Services.catalog.copy. There we go. Okay. Now the actual rendering of the map is defined as part of the level. We still need to update the flow in order to make it so this works. You can see some of our design here isn't perfect yet, as far as our tiles are concerned. And we still have to add things like cause harm back to the enemies, but okay. So now in our game flow, this is us actually loading up the game screen. We are forcing the level in to be this one. So setting this is viable. Map render should get it as part of setting the level. So if we go into world state, world state, when we get a set level, for the time being, we're going to have services dot render dot set. What do we call it? Set world map. So we shouldn't have to do that. Let's remove you and verify. Back to the same problem. Our world map is null. So we don't really need world map anymore because we have it. So we can do level.level map. Okay, we don't have we're going to take you. We will need a more graceful way of triggering this behavior. State. So we do that. Okay, so we have a time passed message that needs that. Oh, because we're not updating this in any other way. This time passed causes the world map to get a message to potentially update. So when we handle message out of this thing, right now we send it a message. When time passes, ideally we're checking player position. That is another thing that we could do, is have a periodic player position update tick. That will communicate it out if the player has moved X much, kind of thing. This shows us the unloading of the map chunk. So we load both map chunks. We can see both of them now. We do have some fiddliness here. I'm not sure why that doesn't connect up like it should. Because with a lot of these, we have the proper flow, but it's down here, this little bit here, and in this case, this little bit over here don't line up, which tells me that there is some... Actually, no, there's definitely going to be conflict in how we lay these out. Anyhow. So we have our initialize, and that's during the copy process. We get that done. We're loading up all of the content that we need to for the various chunks. And with this, we're setting up a collection of vector2 eyes to use. This, we don't have any other way of loading chunks, but that is largely contained within... Level map has that, right? Map chunk sequence, yeah. So if we have a definition of how big map chunks are, then this sequence becomes a known. Our map tile renderer. We don't have any of this element active. So all of this terrain tile stuff, we're going to have to set up. This mess here, this only covers a limited set of it. That's why we're getting the oddities. Our actual data sets now. Map textures. This was our layout test. Not which one I'm looking for. It's not map tiles. That's an old one that I need to get rid of. It's the chunks, which is the actual map layout. Where did I put those tiles? Ah, here we go. So I don't have these loaded in yet. What I can then do is, so I have gray plates there. You can see the template under it. To get the full tile experience, we need to categorize all of these. We have a little bit of gap. There's a little bit more we could put in, but for the purposes of our tile, I didn't really know how I wanted to handle diagonals. So we're not using gray anymore. We'll just delete you. But we're going to take the red and we're going to overlay it here. Same with the blue. Okay, so we take blue. We're going to take our eyedropper tool. It's not right. Oh, okay. That's kind of obnoxious, but I see what's happening. Set you back to 25% opacity. So what this lets us do is I have gray tiles, and now I have red tiles, and now I have blue tiles. And if I'm feeling fancy, I got purple tiles. Okay, so we're going to export as a PNG. That. Sammy, that is... There are other ways you could go, Sammy. So I have a barrier over my keyboard so the cats don't walk on it, because they absolutely would be walking on it constantly. Sky is on my lap, and Sammy will normally cross over my lap to avoid trying to step past Ember. But with Sky being in the way, Sammy delicately walked across the upper edge, like it's almost like a triangle of the barrier in order to get by. That's fine, because we just want the PNG. Okay. Then we're going to add our red. That I'm aware I should have just export as, choose the file, choose the blue one, accept, replace it, export, don't care, that's true. Yeah, let's get the purple ones in there as well, just because I can. Purple. Okay. So now we have our new tile sets to work with. Oof. We're going to keep this open as a reference. We're going to need it. We need this one. Okay, so we have our test levels. We don't need that open. We go over here. So this is where we're defining all of the chunks. We're going to move the solo bit up to the top. Okay, so for this, what we do is we define its location in the tile set. So this is 0, 0, this one here. We define that location, and we say these are its neighbors. Which other areas does there have to be a tile of the same type, of the same terrain type, in order to get this result? Our system is currently not going to use adjacency of tiles that aren't of the same type. Will we be able to? Yes, but I'm going to avoid it as long as possible. Okay, so that's our solo one. The next one we're going to cover is the row, so that we're going to cover them in chunks, essentially. Getting the different areas. So this one is kind of an exception case. Let's show it with the gray templates. So we have a bar, a vertical bar, a big square. We have, if we take a 4x4 and we say the interior is not filled, so these are interior corners. Here are ones that have 3 corners not filled. These are with 2 corners not filled. They kind of rotate around. Edges not filled, interior corners, vertical, horizontal edges, interior corners, 2 diagonal corners not filled, and then box with interior corners not filled. So this covers most of the use cases. Hey there, BQ, welcome. I'm doing well. We are filling in our sprite template here so that when we render our map, it will look correct. So next up was the bar, which is 1, 0 through 3, 0. Not that, this. We're going to take this as kind of a template. So this is left horizontal bar. That's 1, 0, and it only has a tile set cell neighbor right side. So, then oh, come on. I can type. We are making a game for those not familiar with the project. So this is left side, right side, and left side. It is 2, 0. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. This is middle horizontal, and this is right horizontal. That one just has its left side. I'm using JSON for building the map, so this is the actual map object here. The tile sets that we define, the colors in our kind of our map rendering that we're using, and then a series of kind of chunks that we're loading, images representing portions of the map. And currently we're just using a left-right sort of layout, but we could use a grid for our chunks. Yeah, for now it's horizontal scrolling is how it will be. And then these are our map. This is a map chunk here. Let's load up the sprite. So that's a map chunk, that's a map chunk. Right now we're using garish colors, but most likely in a level map I would use something more descriptive for the color. These were easy. But say I was using a road, I might have a black line. If I was using a grass tile, I might have a green, a darker green. So that when I'm defining the chunk, there is some sort of visual consistency with how it works. what we're doing here is we're creating Godot auto draw tiles, so that when we render the world into the tile set, that it does all of the borders and connections and whatnot that we want. And we're getting that out of this little guy here. Or particularly this one, but this one's a little harder to read in some circumstances. So we've got that in. We're going to do our vertical bar, and then we're going to do our square. So now we take this whole bar sequence, and we're going to do and that and that. So we're going to do our top vertical bar, our TV bar, top middle, or I'm sorry, middle vertical, bottom vertical. And we know with this one that this is going to be 0, 1, 0, 2, and 0, 3. We're hard coding this, but this is... we have to define this somewhere, essentially. Wait a minute. Middle, this is upper left square. This one here, which is bottom vertical bar. Okay, then the next one is going to be the square, which is this one. Largely, we already have this one in there, so we just need to offset the positions. The upper left corner is 1, 1, and we radiate out from there. So 1, 1, and then 2, 1. Upper right. So now next row we have 1, 2. Into 3 and 2. Perhaps these as we go. Two and 2. 3 and 2, and then we have 1 and 3. Three and 3 and 3. Okay, that should give us a good portion of what we're trying to render as is. Ah, and it didn't load. Why did it not? This should be sufficient. Let's run it in Godot and see what Godot side errors there are. I haven't updated my project to Godot 4.5 yet. Beverage. Okay. Through an exception, duplicate key. Okay, I have botched one of these. So that's 1 and 0, 2 and 0, 3 and 0. That was one of our errors here. Mason, come here. He's pawing at me and crying. I'm sorry, buddy. But I really don't want to be up here. I want to be down at maximum arm's reach and require you to stretch to get to me. No. You wanted attention. He says, come on. Come here, you. Yeah. He's a big lummox. He sees Ember sitting on my shoulder, and he doesn't fully understand the mechanics of doing so. So he's braced in the exact same way. His forepaws are sitting at the same point on my shoulder, but he can't, he doesn't like to be cradled in the same way. So he's just kind of like, I see Ember's head right about here when she's doing this, and she seems to like it. So if I do this, it will be good too, right? 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3. Let's get that. Check that vertical bar. 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. Okay. There we go. So we're not quite right. We still have some spots to fill in. We can see the test tiles slowly developing their shape. Let's get our solo box again. So now we get into some of the more complex ones. I'm going to need some better terminology for these. Okay, we're going to call these one corners. Hey there, sharpshooter. Okay, so these are one corner. One corner. Lower right. Okay, so these have all of the elements of center square except one piece. So this one doesn't have bottom right corner. And its positioning is 1, 2, 3, 4. Zero. Two. Let's get our center square again. We'll keep that open. Okay, and this is one corner lower left. So we remove bottom left corner. Again. And it is, that's 4-0, this is 5-0. This is one corner upper right. So our top right corner is removed. And it is, it's 5-0, so it should be 4-1. Again, this is one corner upper left. And it shall be 5-1. And its top left corner is not present. Okay, we can see these little interiors. They're not quite right, but we're going to leave that as is for now. They're 1 pixel too big. Let's see right there, it kind of sticks out. Again, that's okay. We're getting there. Let's get the 2 corners in. So we have an up, right, down, left for a 2 corner. So we're going to do our center square again. You are 2 corner up. And you will be corner right. Corner. Be 2 corner left. Okay. So 2 corner up doesn't have its top left and right. And these are all in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 row. So this will be 6-0, be 6-1. And 6-3. Okay, then right has its top right and its bottom right missing. And down has its bottom left and right. And left has its top left and its bottom left removed. We don't have any examples of this one in the tile set. We're going to need it, because we want to demonstrate all of these. Some of them will be tricky to demonstrate. That's why I have this. The red dot is where the tile is located. Yellow dots are cardinal positions. Blue dots are corners. So this one is saying there is one tile to the right. This one is saying there's a tile to the left and right. There's a tile to the left with no corners. This is like a full square. So corner of a square, that kind of thing. Next one is going to be our 3 corners, where we're going to indicate where the corner is. Okay, so we need you are going to be 3 corner upper left. You are going to be 3 corner upper right. Corner lower left. Corner lower right. Let's collapse all of the 2 corners. Okay, and the 3 corners start here, which is going to be row 2 in column 4. So 4, 2. So that would be 5, 2. 5. Then you will be 4, 3. And 5, 3. Okay, so a 3 corner upper left doesn't have any of the other corners. So it has top left, but it doesn't have top right or the bottoms. Upper right doesn't have top left or either the bottom corners. Lower left doesn't have any of the top corners or the right. Lower right doesn't have top corners or the left. So again, some of these are kind of fiddly to render out. So like this needs a square below it to its right, to all 4 sides, and then 1 to its upper left. All right, so now we have all 4 corners will be the next one. So collapse the 3s here. So there's 9 of these, so this is a 4 corner, and it is the upper left corner, upper middle, corner upper right, middle left, corner center, the lower left, middle left, lower middle. Middle, lower middle, upper right. Okay. So again, all 4 corners removed, so we get rid of all of the corners on these. This is also why this notation, so we can parse it out. Let's get our positions in before I forget. We are on column 4. So 4, 4 is our upper left corner. 5, 4, 6, 4. So 4, 5. 5, 5 is the center. 6, 5. 6. 5 and 6, and then 6 and 6. That's a 7. Okay, so the upper left only has right and bottom. And then the upper middle one doesn't have a top side. And then this one only has, the upper right only has the left side and the bottom side. So the left of the middle has a top, a right, and a bottom, but no left. The actual center has all 4 sides. And then the middle of the right has a left, a top, and a bottom, but no right. Lower left only has top and right. Lower middle does not have a bottom to it. And lower right has a left and a top. So again, we can demonstrate this in our map tiles. Let's get that. Test chunks. So if we do this, nope, that's brush. Okay, we should be able to get a lot of these in here. This will give us a 3x3. Then to get the 1 corners, we need, so this is the tile in question. So we need to have something like this to get the 1 corners. The 2 corners, so this is the one that we want to show. We need to have that layout. That gets us our 2 corners. Our 3 corners, let's get these guys as close as we can. Stuffing as many of them as we can into the map area here. So our 3 corners are, we have that, we have that. That should get us our 3 corners ones. No, that's not right. 3 corners are these guys here. So we need... So it needs to be that. Okay. That should be 3 corners. That's our 4 corners. So let's load it up and verify that we've got that. We don't have the bars fully visible. Okay, we have an error again. Tile at 4.6. Are we not loading the atlas properly? I think we're not loading the atlas properly. Yeah, okay. It's not 6x6 anymore. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. 7x7. And oh, I haven't exported this. That one. Okay, we should be good there. Okay, well, that's totally wrong. That's mostly wrong. That's actually a little right. The lower left corner and the lower right corner of 3 corners is wrong. So much of 4 corners is wrong. Okay. Let's look at that again. We'll use the Godot side. Let's see. This is a square with just one side set. Do I have that? I don't have a pattern for this one. That's why this is also a square there. Okay, so lower left and lower right of 3 corners. And then pretty much all of 4 corners is wrong. Lower left of 4 corners of 3 corners. Should have Let's look at 3 corners again. Okay, 3 corners, all 4 sides, and the upper left. And the lower left, lower right. Okay, so this has top left and all 4 sides. Upper right, top right, and all 4 sides. Lower left, bottom left, all 4 sides. Lower right, bottom right corner, and all 4 sides. That should scan, but clearly it don't. Because we're getting 4 corner on that one. Just like we're getting lower left, lower right of square. Okay, so square, lower right. That's left, top, top. Is it that there's overlap in the layout? How would I mitigate that? Because this isn't the best fit. It should be taking into account all 4 corners. Yeah, corners and sides. Terrain set 0 accounts for corners and sides. We add a terrain. Doing this creating the tile set, we are going to create the terrain tiles, and this is where we set our peering bits. What else is in tile data? Maybe we missed something. Connected. Change that. We have a terrain set into terrain. Okay, nothing there. List. We iterate over them in terrain peering bits. and tile data. But that. They sometimes try to paw at the screen. Don't actually need position here. I don't know why we're passing in position. There's overlap. Why is there overlap in there? Let's run it on the Godot side again and see if we have another error state. I don't think we did. We didn't. Do we have access to this information here? Go into our remote game. File render. Corners inside. Hey, Jinxie, welcome. We're working on our Godot project. It's custom. We have our terrain set. To some extent, this is self-inflicted because we have we're not manually adding this. Okay, let's go into our test bed. We have a tile map layer. It's not what we want. We need all of these. Not those. We select this one and we look at our terrain peering bits. And we do that for each of these. We'd have to set them into a terrain. So that's 0 and terrain 0. Just so. It's right side. as its right and its left. Hey there, James. Great if there was like a GUI for this that was better. Okay. Let's get these set up as well. These are some of the failure states. We'll get these out of the terrain for now. Right. Bottom side. That. Left. Bottom left. Bottom right. Right. And bottom side. We are manually setting this up, which is a hassle. Feels like there should be able to be a GUI here, but side, bottom left corner. Right now, what we're doing is we are trying, well, we're making a Vampire Survivor style game with Noita style weapons. Right now, I am testing my map layout to see what's wrong, because something is not right. Bottom side, top side, left side, top left, bottom left. So I'm painting in the tile set laboriously. Looks like there should be a way to paint this in, but top side, top left. Right side, top right corner. So this is Godot's tile set terrain system. It's kind of an auto painting, such that when it is so that when we're adding the tiles. Hey there, bruh. I have this tile set all loaded in as far as what I'm including currently, but something be not right. This says right side, everything but bottom right. So we should be able to get a start with our air state here. Bottom right, so everything but bottom left. I need to... I'm setting the terrain bits. Like, I can paint the squares onto the field, but is there a way to paint the collision bits? Or the adjacency bit? But how? Wait. Thank you. Maybe? No? Oh, there we go. Thank you. This is far less tedious. I mean, it was ever so intuitive where it was located. I don't know how I didn't find it, but, you know. So we're setting this up programmatically in the code, and I want to make sure that I've got it right by doing it fully in the Godot editor, where it can show me the behavior and I can try to identify the failure area, because it could be in my map painting logic, could be in a lot of places. Four corners here is one of the ones that failed real badly. Okay, and now we are going to paint so we have this. Square. That works. Okay, it's definitely something in the code that is loading this information. Because we can see all of the little pieces showing up. Okay. This is great and all. It's entered. That's lovely. So it's one of two things. It is our tile construction logic, or it's our tile painting logic. So we have set cells terrain connect. We are using, so we have our terrain set and our terrain. Let's not ignore empty tiles. Nope. Okay, so we can see the broken territory here. This is what Map Tile Renderer does, is it paints all this stuff for me. Some of these are working, some of these are not. So like this is four corners bottom right. So I can't do it manually because I want to be able to do a whole lot of these cleanly. So if I add more of this stuff, I don't want to have to go in and keep loading it into Godot piece by piece. Could I eventually? Yes. Might we need to? Yes. But by doing it the way we're doing it, it makes it so that I can just drop new content in. One of the goals long term is that this be moddable, that you can just add content to the game without having to like crack it open in Godot, you know? Yes. So map tile renderer includes logic that goes through and creates all of those tiles. And part of it is this mess here. I am inconsistently getting the tiles painted. Now, again, it's possible that I am painting their bits wrong. It's also possible that I am rendering them incorrectly. At least as of 4.4, maybe they cleaned it up in 4.5. I need to load that up and see if my project explodes. But the code interface for tile map layer is bad. It was just burdensome. It feels like what is happening here is that some of the tile bits that I'm setting are conflicting with each other. So because again, when we run it, we get very different results than from our test bed here. A tile map texture? Do you mean creating the actual texture, like the art for it, or do you mean inside the whole Godot process? Why do you not work? Because clearly it's painting the right terrain. The art? I use Sprite, and I found an example case of some basics here. So each of these sets of areas define a fixed pattern. I'm using Sprite, by the way. Good pixel art editor. But this is the actual tile set. So the connection points between them. This is a block by itself. This is a block with a connection only to its right, that sort of thing. And you map all of these out. So this is with this is just the template that I've got, and then this is the example case. And as we can see in the actual like editor, it's loading them correctly. This implies to me that the peering bits aren't working how I want them to. Right corner, top side, top left corner, left side, bottom left, bottom side. Do I have the bits set wrong on some of them? Side, left side. Let's look at the names in the solo block. No, not the solo block. I need center square. Those all are the names. Am I getting their positions wrong? I would get overlap in that case, but not... Okay, let's see. Because it seems like it's arbitrarily failing on them. Like I'm getting very mixed results. So let's see if it's consistently wrong. Okay, consistently wrong. But like this one is very weird. Okay, let's look at our data here. So we're looking at a horizontal bar. We're looking at the left side of a horizontal bar. It only has right side. Okay, let's look at a vertical bar at the top of it. Okay, we have flaws. That's why. There's broken bits in it. That's great. Not great as in I like it. It's great as in that is a concrete problem that we can solve. Okay, I did not... While I was copy-pasting some things, I did not get them properly entered. Like, I missed parts. Okay, so then in four corners, let's open all of these up and make sure I didn't miss any of that. This is four corners. None of the corners are filled in. So we're just doing permutations of the multi-side. So when I'm displaying four corners, it will actually include vertical and horizontal bar middles. But this is the one that's breaking down. So we need to make sure that all of these bits are set correctly. This is one of them that is breaking down. Okay, upper left corner has a right and a bottom. Top center has a right, a bottom, and a left. Okay, upper right has a left and a bottom. Middle row, left side has right, top, and bottom. Center of four corners has all four sides. Right of the middle has left, top, and bottom. Lower left, top, and right. Lower middle, top, left, and right. Okay, all of those look correct. Let's run in again. Okay, that was our problem. The bars, so these middle sections here weren't correct. The ends of these weren't correct. So it was trying to do a best fit. Okay, but that's our tile set loaded in, and we're getting that from this. So subsequently, I can do left, right, brush. I can do things like this. Export this, and it's chunk 0. Godot isn't running, is it? Okay, good. Okay, still some problems. So this one shouldn't have the upper right corner. But what should that one be then? That is upper right. As left side. Exactly, bruh. Is I can use my sprite editing here to create chunks of the map. I could actually make a map chunk the entire world and just paint it this way. And this is part of the drop it in element. A level is defined like this currently. I have the list of things that happen in the world. I have the definition of the world. I have what terrain textures I'm using, so which tile sets. I have which color in the map image represents those tiles. So red in this case is the gray ones. Green is the red ones, and blue is the blue ones. Then here are the chunks that I'm loading, the parts of the map that I'm loading. So this is one of them. This is another that I could load in. Is our game running? Okay, we're keeping it steady. This is why I'm not too worried about the performance situation just yet. Here, let's add more yarn balls to just increase the number of things happening. So this is with like 200 things active in the world. We're still getting 1,000 frames. Let's add still more, and let's make them complicated. Okay. This is going on, let's say 400 things. Let's say 350, round down. Still getting about 550, you know? And we're gonna triple the number of yarn balls again. Again, this orbital movement that they're doing is one of the more complicated movement types. We're still over 100 frames per second at 900 things. This kind of weapon is unlikely to happen. Let's make it worse. We're going to pull one of these triples off to get us a better, plausible one. So, this is still a reasonable number of enemies on the screen. If you aren't able to clear this many of them systematically, you will lose. Right now, the blobs can't hurt the player for testing purposes. But we're getting 90 frames a second with this nonsense going on. Let's have them spiral out so they cover ground. Well, they sort of cover ground. But I often refer to these as calamity cases. These are things that will strain the game, the engine of the game that I've built. But they also represent things that are either you will almost immediately lose if there are enemies comparable to the number of projectiles here, or I'm in a state where it is very hard for me to lose. The game is going to end relatively swiftly here. Like, I have to run ahead of my wave of projectiles to have any threat to me here. So I think we're at a reasonable number still. Okay, so we have our tile rendering in place. Okay, oh, we don't have all the tiles in yet. That's why we had some cases. It was like, I know that's a case in my tile set. Why is it not there? Okay, let's go back to our tile set. So we have all of these loaded. We have these loaded. Now we need left and right side, one corner, top and bottom, one corner. So we're going to grab our center square again. But this guy wants attention. Gotta fix some of the lighting in my room. A lot of the cameras are going low light as a result of this. But you can see the back third or quarter of sky there. He has his paws across one of the things that protects the mouse, but his paws are also directly adjacent to the mouse. He wants attention. So he gets some chin scratches. While we wait, let's check in on the other babies here. I think that's just Mason. Sherbet could be squished up with him. We might zoom in on that. Sammy is definitely there in the bed. Ember is across from the keyboard, and Sky, as mentioned, is beside the mouse. Let's zoom in on the bed here, or at least expand that image. Okay, it's just Mason there. Sometimes Sherbet is laying right next to him and kind of blends in. Mason and Sherbet have the same colors. Sherbet has irregular patterning on him, but since, again, they blend in when they're right next to each other on the tan blanket that is just light, slightly lighter than them. Guy says, no, I want to get right here and get chin scratches from you. Come here. Intensive scratches. Come here. Hello, Sherbet. Sherbet is a bit below the desk watching me. Yeah. Hey, quickly grab this element before Sky headbutts my hand again. Okay, we are going to call this left, right, one corner. Okay, and we have 4 of those. Corner, lower right. Okay, we're gonna space that out. Again, so left, right, one corner, lower left. Up. Troublemaker. So the way he's laying, he has his head propped on that barrier for my keyboard. So he has his right foreleg within a couple of inches of the mouse. If he flops down a little further, he will completely trample the mouse. Like, he'll flop right over it. He wants attention, and he's going to get it. This is left, right, upper right, left, right, upper left. Okay, so left, right, these have one whole side missing. So left, right with lower left, with lower right, has the whole left side missing. And then it has the lower right missing. So that is this one here. Or particularly this one. So whole left side missing and the lower right. So again, with lower left, let's actually get our coordinate space in here. So it is starting on the 0, 1, 2, 3. So it's 0, 4 is our starting point. Or in 0, 5, 1, 5. Yep. Okay. Let's get those in there before I forget. Okay, and then with lower left, the whole right side is missing. And then the lower left is missing. That's not right. Something's wrong. Left side, top left, bottom left. Okay, 4 corners. There are 4 pieces there. So we have the top, the right, the top right, the bottom right. Top left is missing. Yeah. There should be 4 removed, so there should be 1, 2, 3, 4 there. Okay. Okay, there should be 4 remaining. So the lower right is out. Okay, so the top right, the top, the right, and the bottom. Okay, this is correct. So now it is on the lower left. So let's put all of this back so I can piece through it correctly. So with lower left, we still have top. We still have left. We do not have any right side element. And then we don't have the bottom left. Okay. We're going to call these left to differentiate them. We'll keep it left, right. Okay, so since we're at 0 again, we're on the left side. You need to differentiate. So this is the left side, the upper right. So the left side is missing. And the upper right is missing. It's left side, this is right side. So left, right, left, right. Okay, so right side is missing. And then top left is missing. Okay, so that puts these in here. So we are again going to do our center square here. One, two, three, four. We do top and bottom, one corner, and then it's the same thing. Bottom right, bottom left. Right. Top, one corner, left. This is bottom side, one corner, upper right. Bottom side, one corner, upper left. Okay. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's fourth row, second column. So 2, 4. Three, 4, 5, 3, 5. Okay, top side has all of the tops removed. Shockingly. And then it's bottom right corner. Top. All of the top side ones. And then the bottom left. The bottom one has all of the bottom sides removed. And then the top right. Again, bottom side and bottom corners, and the top left. Okay, so that gets us these. Now we just need these two, which are 2 corner diagonals. Two, and you are 2 corner diagonal. And we're going to say, we're going to call this one, oh man. Okay, we're going to do 2 corner, upper left, lower right. 2 corner, upper right, lower left. These. Okay, so we are going to remove the top left and the bottom right. Here we remove the top right and the bottom left. And these are at 6, so we're going to start at 2, 6. 3, 6. Okay, we run this. Okay, no weird pieces here. Let's make sure that we have an image that covers this. Import it. Run it again. Hey, we can see those corners there. Okay, so of course, real tile sets are going to look different than this. I mean, I'm not going to use Zelda blocks everywhere, but this gives us a basis for laying out the map. So the next thing is going to be actually laying out the chunk sequence and making it actually function as the player moves along. Now, I can start with just not unloading the chunks. There is a performance cost risk to that, but I don't know that that's really an issue. But this is our entire tile set. Let's put down a save first. That in there. Now let's go into our sky. Let's unload a chunk. We don't want to load a chunk just yet. Okay, in our handle message. All right, we are going to... We're not going to unload chunks. We are going to load them offset. Boolean toggle false. We'll set it to true initially. And we are going to say... Okay, you just need to move aside a bit, sir. I'm sorry, I know. Don't you kick at me. Tail twitching away here. So let's see. Scott, every one of them except Ember has basic cat tail behavior. So the idle tip twitch, the tail up or down depending on how kind of confident or pleased they are. Ember is an exception, though. She wags her tail a lot. If she's getting a lot of attention, she will, or is playing around, she will wag her tail. Okay, that's enough, sir. I is plus. Oh, I is equal to 0 here. I is less than... We're going to stress test a little bit. 100 iterations. And we are going to do this. We need so this is vector 0 I, so we're going to keep our y the same. It's our x that is important. So this is I times 16, I think. Yeah, okay. Times 16 and okay. So I modulo 2. Okay, we don't need toggle then. Didn't work. Okay, let's see what Godot had to say. And error is I could get the variable out of it, but okay, we have a duplicate position in our list, which is a big old pain. Feel like, oh, okay, 2 and 3, 6. Let's check here. 2 and 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. These are freshly added, so okay, so these should be it's 4, and we're going to get 0 through 3. So that's 4 and 5, and then we should have 4 and 5. 0, 1, 0, 1, and 2, 3, 2, 3. It's about 725. Okay. So whenever we're loading map chunk, we're loading it at a position. Okay. I. Oh, wait. Maybe? This was the load the whole world thing. Okay. So this is every other map tile being loaded. It's not how we're going to do this. We're going to set up a series of chunks and either reuse them or iterate over them multiple times. We can see every other one is either our little testing set there, or it is the big blocky one. Okay. Now we need to change this so that we go over... We're going to start where we're going to go over our map chunk sequence. Instead of iterating over that, we're going to go over the whole sequence and parse it the same way, just with the chunk being a different part of the sequence. Your chunk in chunk sequence. This is... plus... So we should get 2 of them now. Yep. Okay. Chunk 1, then chunk 0. Now we're going to go into our levels, so we have a chunk sequence, and we're going to do 0, 1, 1, 0. Now, I don't want to load the chunks all at once, because you can see that hitch at the beginning of it iterating over all of them and stuffing it into the map. That's not free. The operation that creates and paints these tiles is not cheap as far as time spent doing it. So we want to load them steadily. So I could do this as like an asynchronous task and just load that up, but I kind of want to have the load unload that we had going, or that we were planning on doing, where as I move along I get rid of a further chunk behind. Again, not free at all, but it should keep the loading time down, because I don't ever actually have to unload them, I just have to load them when I get near them. So the map tile renderer is going to be looking for the player position each tick, and it's going to determine based on that whether I need to get whether I need to load another one into the world map here. So instead of doing this in handle message on world map, I can do this on the renderer, because we have the chunk sequence here. The tile renderer can get those chunks in sequence and tell it to load that chunk. So in the world state, we set the level. So this is in base world state. When we set it, we do a message to it, but that shouldn't be where we're doing the initialization. So in the map renderer, when we are setting up the tiles, when we set the world map, that should be where we are doing our initialize, not when we receive a message. But wait, if set world map, why do I need... Not you. Why do I need the map to get a handle message? Ah, okay, because that's what's causing it to load. So this doesn't actually do the chunk loading. The map tile renderer should be the thing that does the chunk loading. And in the game loop, our map renderer gets a tile passed. Or a time passed. So this is where we do our chunk loading. World map is the one that has chunk sequence in it. Healing factor. It's where we put the thing. That's its ID. That is the sequence when we load a chunk. But it's the positioning that is going to become relevant, because we want chunks to be a known size. If the map chunk is not the right size, then we could have problems. Because we won't know to load that chunk properly. So a known size to configuring the chunk is where we need to be, I believe. Just as we give it an ID, we give it a position, and then we're giving it a particular chunk to load. But how does it get the list of chunks? Because we want this thing to be able to load those itself, and currently the world map has the chunk sequence, which makes sense. As we could do in the map render, we can say how big a chunk should be. So this is us loading a chunk texture. We get the image, and we create an integer identified vector2 array, vector2i array. So these are the positions. Now we're going over the chunk image by width and height. So we can have that there is a maximum width to a chunk. We could put just the constant in world map, since world map contains the chunk. So public constant int. So we can change this later. This is a constant value. I need to make a decision on this at some point and say, this is how a chunk is laid out. For the most part, how this will work is a chunk should be bigger than the visible area of the map at any given time. So whenever I'm loading a chunk, I should always load it before any part of it could be visible. So a chunk should be bigger than the visual area by at least a couple of tiles. Because we never want you to be able to see the edge of a chunk that is unloaded. So what we're likely to have is 4 to 5 chunks loaded. Your current chunk, the prior one, the next one, and then maybe the one that would be unloaded. So probably 4. So as soon as we hit 4, we get rid of that first one. So we're keeping one chunk ahead of you at all times. Whenever we load a chunk, we load the next one. If we ever get to 2 dimensions of world map, the more traditional Survivors game layouts. Hello, Shepard. Hello, buddy. Traversing my headrest there. Okay, so we have the idea of the chunk width and height. Now, when we are loading a chunk, we know to set its position based on chunk width and height. Because I don't think these need to be public. We could have a convention that it always loads chunk 0. As soon as it gets the first time passed message or something like that. So we get player position. So again, we'll always load a new chunk when we are approaching it. And we'll load the map chunk. Okay, so these are grid coordinates. So I need to be cautious of that. Because the grid coordinates will be offset based on the world space. So if we look at map tile renderer, we have a tile size. So a 16 by 16 tile, essentially. So when we're laying out the actual position of a chunk, we are actually multiplying that out by 16. So what we could do is say if you are within... So there's screen math to be determined here. What we'll do for now is use the diagonal of the screen. So since our screen is rendered at a fixed 1080p, it's going to be... Technically, it would be the root of 540 squared plus 960 squared is the corner. So from center of screen to corner of screen would be that far. If I am within... And then we would say the tile size, so our chunk size, if it's 16 by 16, then as far as the renderer is concerned, it would be 16 squared. I'm sorry. It would be 8 times 16 would be the edge of it. Now, probably we would do 8 by 16 by 8 by 16 as the sides of the triangle. So that if my screen, the extended screen edge could touch the extended corner of a chunk plus a bit, then we would update it. But I could also just translate the player's position into a chunk position in the world. If we assume the tile map is anchored at 0, 0, then here, show that. So the player is currently appearing at 0, 0. We move to the side, there's a little red dot here. Might be hard to see. That is world 0, 0. If I load the map chunks, the map extends down and right from 0, 0 as far as coordinate space is concerned currently. If we can translate the player's position into a chunk that they are in, we can then load all surrounding chunks and go from there. Think, think, think. We have the chunk size in a tile size. So we have that. We'll need to make sure chunks are big enough to encompass a whole screen, so that as soon as we enter a chunk, we load all of its surrounding chunks. This is very similar to something we were doing last year, very early on in the process. Okay. So whenever we get this, we're going to say, okay, based on this, I know that you are in this chunk. Maybe? Let me see. How is that? Might be a bit loud. Let me check something here. Okay, we're going to reset the sound system a little bit here. Working? Oh, there we go. I think it's working. I think it's working. Is it working? I think it's working. Probably turn down the voice a little bit there. No, no, not that switch. That one. There we go. It's uncommon, but I mean, definitely possible. Okay. Player state, player. Okay, so we have our position. Then we need to convert this into a chunk. For the time being, we're going to assume 0, 0 is the upper left of the world. If the player is outside that range, then we will ignore it. So for the time being, we're going to do it this way. If you're out of bounds, we zero out your position. Rude, but it'll have to do. I is equal to 0. Okay. Microphone is definitely not peaking. At least I don't think it is. Yeah. You know what's going on. I mean, I'm hitting... Yes, I'm not hitting peak out territory. Don't know why it would be cutting out for you. Or why maybe it's catching it on the YouTube side. Oh, well. Let's also put this here. How could test? Unsure. unsure. All right, let me force a restart. Is this any better? How about now? It's kind of hard to tell. The audio that I am feeding into the system doesn't seem to be peaking out. We are still within about 10 decibels. Weird. Very weird. What else could it be? Yeah, there's definitely something wiggly going on here. Let me check something. See if I can identify it myself. Lock that. Here. Here. We go here. Okay, well, we're definitely getting some additional audio through that I don't want. Broadcast is not being as useful as it has been in the past. Oh, that is... okay. We might be getting some there. Let's... can I cut that a little more? Maybe? No? Interesting. By interesting, I mean super annoying. Always with the scuff. Always with the scuff. So our output is definitely being messed with here. Can I control it? So I do have a limiter on that. And it's coming through as I would expect. Can I cut that further? So maybe? It's definitely loud. Yeah, there's definitely some peaking happening. But it's weird that it's doing that at all. So I am really hauling down the output on this thing. Maybe I can control it this way? Oh, that's real quiet. Real quiet. Don't know. I don't know. We're gonna...
we're gonna mess with some stuff here. Yeah, definitely fan sounds.
No, that won't help. Huh. Because I can tell that's coming through. I don't understand how it could be doing this. What if we just remove that? Tess has an idea. Does it sound better now? Because there's another thing that I messed with. Okay. Okay. Unclear. There's definitely still some... Yeah, I'm getting fan sound still. Why you no do your job, thing? Maybe? Ah! It is behaving strangely. Very strangely. I'm having to toggle a lot of the stuff on and off. And it's still letting some of it through. Come on. Maybe? Maybe? Okay, I think... Okay. I don't know. I mean, I just did... So... One of the changes was tangible, but the rest of them were largely just flicking the lights on and off. I don't get it. Because some stuff is still getting through, but it's not as much. So anyway... Okay, so we get our position. Now we're going to align it to chunks, which first we need to divide the position out into integers. So equal to player position divided by 16. Can I do it this way? Okay, so we're going to round down the tile position that the player is in. So this is... actually, we need to move... It's in tile map render, so tile size. Okay. Then we're call you chunk position. Then we are going to divide out by world map. Not. Okay, then we're going to divide it out further. Width. Chunk height. Okay. So this should get us a position of the chunk. This gets us the tile, and then we're going to divide it out further into the chunks. Okay. So then, if we would need chunk positions. So when we load a map chunk, we give it a position. This is its offset. So which one we load in sequence here? If we load the new ones in, we load a whole batch of new ones in. If it's already loaded, we ignore it. But we need to keep the sequence going. If every time I load a chunk, hey there, is it Redo? Welcome nonetheless, welcome. You are joining us after audio issues. Okay, so every time we load a map chunk, if we unload the oldest one, if we exceed 4 of them. So we load the new one each time. So each time we're approaching a new chunk, no, we get the position and we load the next chunk. If we don't let the player backtrack, we're okay. Because we don't want to waste time, but let's just start with this. So we have loaded chunks. We're gonna unload. We load a new one, or I'm sorry, we load the new set and then we cull the old set. No, that's dangerous because if one is already loaded, then we're going to have an issue because the map will stomp over it. Because we need to then identify out-of-bounds chunks. Okay. No, we can do this. We can still do this. So whenever we get a time update, we're going to identify where the player is. Then we're going to look at the chunks and say, okay, I have, this is the chunk. I want one down from this chunk. And I want one up from this chunk. And we will cull the chunks to load if, I'm sorry, we will add those chunks if they're not already there, and we'll remove them if they're not in the list of them. Okay. List of int. So it's 2 chunks to load. And this is little bit crude, but add position. We'll just do X for now. We don't have the 2 dimensions on it, so we're just looking for the linear left-right. Hello, Ember. Hello. Hey. We might be able to spot Sherbet. Come on, camera. There we go. Oh yeah, we can do this. Yep, righto, that one is Sherbet. He tends to be the hardest one to locate. He's always kind of on the periphery. Okay, have chunk position. X. X plus 1. X minus 1. Okay, we're going to ignore it if it's less than 1. And we are going to... Yeah, okay. For each chunks to load, we're going to say chunk ID. Plus 0 is greater than or equal to 0. We're actually going to do something. This is possible chunks. This is I could just do a 4i to avoid this. Nope, no, it would still be a problem. Possible chunks if chunk ID is there. Chunks to load.add. So it has to be greater than 0 and okay, if it's less than 0, we don't load it. If it is okay, has to be greater than 0. Then if loaded map chunks contains key chunk ID. Okay, no, this is if it doesn't contain that ID, we're going to load it. Then or each in possible chunks. Dodging the camera there, bud. There we go. 2 kitties. Okay, first we iterate over them. For each int chunk ID in if possible chunks that contains chunk ID chunks to unload.add chunk ID. Okay, we're going through the existing keys. If they aren't in the possible chunks, we're getting rid of them. We are making a Vampire Survivors style game. Right now we're working on map loading logic. So then we're going to add chunks to load. Oh, no. These are... I have 8 fixed cameras. I might... someday I might look at ways to indicate that there is a cat on the camera and use it that way so that it will switch to one that it has. But that's outside of target for now. Odd. Oh, okay, yeah, cables. Hello, Emperor. Okay, so now we have our chunks to load and our chunks to unload. ID in chunks to load. Then hello. Hello, Ember. Has crawled up for shoulder time, which is a non-trivial portion of the stream. Then we need a position, which is going to be the grid position. Which is going to be the chunk ID times the chunk width. Level map. Is it? This is all of the... Okay. So the world map has the sequence. A level has a world map, and it is handed tile map renderer a world map. And a map renderer oh, no, that's the actual generated one. It has a set world map, and when we get set world map, we are not storing it off. We still need the world map. Set world map. Okay, now we have the world map. And so when we go into handle message now, we have a chunk ID. This is the one that we are going to load it in as. We now need a position for it. So this is our chunk ID times chunk width. I'm gonna say 0 for now. And now we need the map chunk which again, for now, we're going to force this. So it is going to be map chunk sequence chunk ID modulo world map chunk sequence dot length count. Chunk ID, this vector 2, which is this x, and then y, and then this. Okay, that's which map chunk. World map. Okay, that's its map chunks. So this is going to be a public world map chunks. That. Then we're going to pass this mess into here. Just so. Unload map chunk ID. Okay, we have oh. Yeah, that's a problem. Oh, okay. No. We get the player position, we translate it into a chunk. Okay, so our chunk position is 0, 0. We are still within that. Oh, no. First, we get that. Chunk position should not be... Then we're going to divide it out again. Chunk position is 2. That's converting it into tiles. Oh, okay. Scale. No. Startup resource, not scaling factor. Entering chunk 2, loading chunk 3. Entering chunk 3, chunk... Okay, the minute we unloaded, we have a problem. Okay, our possible chunks contains 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and our loaded chunks... contain 0, 1, 2, and 3. So we should get 0 as something to remove. Oh. Run to cursor. Okay, chunks to unload contain 0. Correct. So then we're going to run to here. And we should have... Wait. There's an error state happening. Godot side, tell me what it is. Oh. Interesting. Here. 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 I think those might be the wrong breakpoints for us, but... Hey, no, we're good. Okay, so we should have chunks to unload. Has nothing in it. Okay, and our chunks to load contain 0 and 1. Let's... There is a button for this where we disable all breakpoints. Okay. So we run. Okay, so we're going to load another chunk. It's when we're deleting chunks that we have a problem. Right there. Go in and we go into debug and we enable breakpoints. All right, so our possible chunks, we have 3. We have 1, 2, and 3. Chunks to add. is 0. We have no chunks to load. This is okay. No chunks to unload. Chunks to... Oh, wait. Why are we trying to unload 0 constantly? We are rapid fire setting the map here. We unload the chunk. Oh. You see, an important operation is not happening here. We are not removing that ID from loaded chunks. Oops. There's definitely some further optimization we can do here. We're probably going to use like an accumulated delta kind of scenario so that we don't do it every fraction of a second. Trotting along. Chunk 1, which adds that chunk. Now we are removing that one chunk. We get a hitch. There's a hitch every time we're doing this. This is not good. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. Like, this is really apparent. Tap. Well, you might not be able to see it. This particular operation is not asynchronous. We could spin up a task to do this. There's definitely a risk surface. We'd have to put some access locks on it so that we don't mess things up. Like, we don't want multiple of these firing at once. Because it's this guy here where we iterate over it real quick, and then this has to do additional calculations. If we just do here. Just quick thing there. Is that chunk loaded just fine? Okay, the unload is hitting us here. Well, we're not going to do that. As long as we don't... If we're careful... If we're careful, we could get away with that. So we need two states. If we were to do that, we would need a state to this. That this is loading chunks. When it is loading chunks, we can't do any other operations on it because we can't. This collection we'd have to be careful with. That's the trick. So we'd have to put a semaphore, a mutex, or something like that on this to protect it from this scenario. So that any individual task wouldn't be able to mess with it at the same time. But would we? So I don't know what's going to happen if we fire. So, because load a chunk. Okay, yeah. This is a sequence of positions that we are loading. Cells to set it to, and which terrain to set it to. Could we do this iteratively? Okay, let's try something. So this is a whole series of values. That would be more expensive. Every time we set a cell, we potentially have to mess with every cell around it. This way we can go through and have a batch set and say change all of these, check all the ones around it. So we are going to save multiple operations per set if we still do it this way. It's that I want to be careful about overlapping operations here. If this is not great, but we're going to try it. Oh yeah, that's going to explode. I probably just did it wrong, but I don't even know if I can run. What's our problem? Let's run it on the Godot side and see what it complains about. Oh, it just straight up fails if I do that. None of these are actual async calls. Don't care about running it ace. We don't care about waiting for it. We just want it to go. There's got to be a cleaner way for us to get these loaded in. If I never unload tiles, do we still get the same issue? Still a bit of a hitch there. Yeah. Having all the chunks loaded at once wasn't terrible. Like, I could just load the whole map at once, apparently, and it wouldn't be as bad. There's still the overall cost, which would be a matter of batching the whole thing. So right now, the chunk is broken into a series of operations for each of the tiles that it is composed of. Okay, so it's not really the unloading either. It's once we're past a particular point, messing with the map is causing problems. But what could it be? Do a quick investigation here. But what if we rewrote it in another language? We are modifying tiles in batches. The internals. have a lot of nodes per tile. Is there an update internals? Let's take a look at that. When we do an update, we're saying do it now. I want to see what happens. Okay, that was one that we loaded. Still a hitch. Could we merge all of the map chunks that we're going to mess with here? And instead of doing multiple operations here, could we layer them? So we set tiles with offset chunk here. We want to get all of these together into one big call. Or could I do that, I should say. But all these are supposed to be batched. But that could mean that they're batched in patterns like that. Even just loading the chunks once we've got enough of it is causing a problem. We're gonna go... I want an if here. Hey, Schmuggums. We're working on it. Chunks to load. Wait a minute. Why would I be loading 0 and 1? Something's clearly wrong there. Oh, okay, well. We're all the way back at the start here. So that first one loads fine. It's each subsequent one seems to take a bigger impact. So as soon as I get here, we're going to load chunk 1, and our chunks to unload... Sorry, we're going to load chunk 4, and our chunks to unload is now chunk 1. So just those two operations are enough to make it have a problem. So what if... What if we remove unloading the chunk. Yeah, just unloading the chunk doesn't matter. That's not where our cost is happening. So if I just don't unload chunks, I'm still going to have a problem as I go. So I'm probably going to get a hitch right here. Yeah. It still costs us to load them. What if... Still a hitch. Every time we would do one of these operations, okay, what if we narrow it down? Okay, quick break. I haven't been doing that pretty much the whole stream, so I will be right back. And we're back. Beverage here. What could we do? All right. Let's narrow our problem down further. So we call into set tiles. That is our actual operation. So what if we just cut that out? Technically good, bruh. Technically good. But Waiting for performance hitches here. Okay. So calling set tiles is a problem for us. Could we merge operations here? Yeah, we're getting definite hitches. We're losing like even a quarter of a second. It's noticeable that we're seeing those ticks. And it seems to be this operation here. Okay, what if we don't offset it? Set world map, handle message. Just gonna say 0 here. Okay, so we are doing the rendering for the load. You can see it smushing them all together there. Okay, coming up, we should get hitches. Yep. The tick is still there. We aren't loading ones that we don't need to. So what about if we offset the work? So we need a... So it's a train to vector 2i here. This again, and we're going to call you... Okay, so instead of us actually going through and calling set tiles each time, we are going to make a bigger set of these. There is a risk to this because we could get overlaps. But for the time being, we're going to say that can't possibly happen and proceed. So when we're loading chunks, instead of calling set tiles, so we still add it in, we have the positions. We are going to say tiles to set dot be a... I'm just checking to see if there's a clean way that we can just stuff them in there. So we should get a result out that is the combination of the two. Nah. So we want offset positions in offset chunks here. Thank you, Valentine. Or is it Valentine? Either way, welcome and thank you. Okay. Okay, we can this way. Same way. Tiles to set. We don't do set tiles here. We're going to do the same thing. Here. That's not quite right here. Because every time we call this, we could get a conflicting key. Oh, okay, that's over on the Twitch side, Valentine. Most of my stuff is over on YouTube. I just kind of simulcast over to Twitch. If there's a particular thing you're looking for, I can point you in the right direction. If set key, then we're going to merge them. Else. We're just being kind of hacky for this again. I'm testing it. There is a lore thread on the Discord, Valentine. There are additional lore elements that are in some of the short videos that were launched alongside the model that are linked in the lore thread on the Discord. Shameless plug, I have a Discord. It's not super busy, but it's kind of chill. Change. I've been trying to start streaming around 1 p.m. US Central. I try, and that's every day except Monday and Friday. I wish I was more reliable. But yeah, we're about 4 hours in. This is the schedule that I'm trying to do. Okay, and in the same way, if Haynes key -1, then we're going to merge them, else we just add it. I avoid a lot of the risk surfaces of multicast. Like, for one, you can see I don't have chat visible. That, and I'm primarily doing things like programming. Or playing games. I'm working on a Vampire Survivors style game, Valentine. I have had things in the past where I've had to try to contain people doing weird stuff in chat. And we're just avoiding that entirely. Okay. So we load our map chunks, and right now we are combining them. And we remove it from the chunks list once we've got it there. And at the top of this, set tiles if tiles to set count is greater than 0. So we don't forget tiles to set clear. Oh, thank you for the follow there, Valentine. Set tiles. Tiles to set. Okay, we are merging all of the tile sets together into one big call. Again, first one loads fine. The telling moment is when we reach right about here. Okay, that's not the problem. Batching them is not the problem. What can we do? We have a we've had a shader pattern that we've worked on, and we could resurrect it, but and it should work very similarly, but the problem with the shader pattern is that we lose the auto paint, and that's a non-trivial win. We could still use some of that logic, but like I said, it's a non-trivial win to not have that. Just to set stuff. Handle message. Just recreate that part. Set count 0. Okay, we're going to do it at the top of the graphics loop here. That'll break it out of physics loop. Right, we're coming up on our problem child here. Same problem. Okay, had to try that. One of the YouTube streams is vertical. I have a vertical and horizontal on YouTube, and then the horizontal on Twitch. We're a highly accessible broadcast here. YouTube isn't necessarily great about presenting the optimal viewing experience for people that find the stream. Exposure-wise, they do reasonably well. Redo. Is it Redo? Or is it Redo? It's hard to guess with people's handles. Performance. So that one goes away when we're here. And if I go back here, that one comes back. Back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. How long have I been streaming already? We are on 4th hour? Plus a bit, you know? It's weird that that takes that much effort to load it. Oh, in general? Years at this point. Oh, okay. So more like Redo. Or Redu. Haven't encountered that before. Neat. I've streamed a lot of different things, but coding... Okay. So like Godot. Like, but probably not accurate. The more chunks we load at once... Okay, but we already did the batch them. Ah, okay. Trying to recall if we've had somebody through from Poland. We've had people in from all over. Yeah, I know there are a lot of... there's a non-trivial number of coding VTubers out there. But it's still... It's not a common category. What can we do to optimize further? Let's see. Seriously. Cells. Just gonna check a couple of things. When I'm looking for stuff in like forums and the like, I usually pull down the screen to avoid blinding people with screen formats that aren't, dark mode friendly. Nearest. That. Godot can be tricky as far as finding documentation. They do have pretty good documentation on a lot of the things that are at the surface level, but if you start getting a little deeper, as well as on some of the content, some things are difficult. Valentine, I generally view streaming as kind of a long game. A lot of the big streamers did not suddenly become big streamers overnight. There are some big names that took many years before they took off. You can go spontaneously viral and stay there, but I don't assume that that's going to happen. Nearest. About caching here for all the good that'll do. And we are using kind of the low-end settings, but I want to be able to handle lower-end machines. But it's really common if you try to do like Google searches and like using things like Reddit or Stack Overflow or all of their siblings to find information about Godot, you can find wildly out-of-date stuff. And Redo, it's... Assume that your audience is going to be younger than you would expect in a lot of ways. I have a lot of markers all over my stuff that I'm not targeting content for children. CYA and the like. No. Don't know where they have. Hashing. What else you got for me? That's right. Godot progresses pretty steadily. I'm using tile map layers. In 4.3, I believe, might have been 4.2, it was tile map. And most of the information you still find about tile, using the tile system in Godot is about tile map. It is very different. Very different. Okay. Default by... All right. We are at the... why this no work the way I want it to stage of the development here. Okay, hypothetically, let's see. Gratuitous. Okay, it's rendering quadrant. I need to set that elsewhere. Okay, so when we create our tile map layer, set its scale, we set its tile set. So we're telling it how to batch the sizes here. Like when it has to update the tiles, we're telling it gigantic area to batch. Before it was only batching 16 by 16, which is about the size of a chunk. Didn't help. I mean, low-level coding does that. If you get down to the deepest level, okay, rendering quadrant size did not protect us. That's our tile sets changes. Sigh. We could do bigger chunk sizes. We should be able to test that. We're loading the chunks in. Dry eyes, bad eyes. That in the facial tracking on the model will register some changes to eye position as a blink. We further do if we increase the size of the chunk. Let's try that. Alright, canvas size 64 by 64. All right, Redo, thank you for joining. Valentine, what would you like to know about the model? Yeah. Yeah. Ah, okay. Well, back to front then. Finding artists is generally doing things like looking through Twitter, finding portfolios in that regard. There are sites like VGen and Fiverr and whatnot that you can go through, though. If you go through a site where people are offering it directly, it's still good to go find things like the artist's website in social media profiles, find references. Scammers abound. As far as character design, a lot of it comes from a game called Noida, a mod that we made for it, or that I made for community play with it, that kind of created the background lore for the character. It just sort of grew. So, vtuber lore introduction. I am newtmechanist, the proto-Nyanite. The Nyanotypes are the newest product from Catbot Corporation, taking the place of the classic Catbot, everybody's favorite domestic assistant, now with greater features and autonomy. All statements referring to any problems with the manufacturer or the artificial intelligence that the Nyanotypes run are purely unfounded and potentially libelous. Any statements regarding the Catbot factory that include terms like insurrection or armed uprising or conversion into a bunker are completely exaggerated. Okay, so we're going to keep those. We're going to change this guy to be this different texture. This little guy right here, this scrambledy mess. You, and we're going to put you here instead. Just put 0 here. Then we go into the code and we go into world maps. And chunk height and width is 64, semicolon. My particular model was made by a group that at the time was Animation Studios. I think it's like Animas Hit is how it was, or something like that. The pronunciation is different, but now it is Kuramash. Okay, definitely a cost in rendering this guy. But we can see these scribbles rendered in these nice little patterns. Exactly, Valentine. When you're looking at that kind of thing, that's why I mentioned it's a good idea to check the work. Okay, that's even worse. There is an optimization we're missing here. There is absolutely an optimization we're missing. Not out of the question, Valentine. I mean, if you're going to commission art, you need to find the right group. Individual or studio or whatever. Styles, types of thing that they work with, expressed skill, cost, all of those kind of things. There are some folks out there that have substantial waiting lists. Whether that's just because of their throughput or it's because of high demand for their skill. If you're looking into VTubers, there is both the general art there is the understanding of live 2D models necessary to render a model in the form that it needs to be rigged for live 2D. So like, this model doesn't look like this when it's not rigged. It is in many, 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 many pieces. Rigging itself, whole other skill set. There are individuals that have it, that all have those tools, skill sets together. But that's not necessarily an absolute. Missing something. The load cost of this is just terrible. 16 by 16 is nothing. This shouldn't be that level of issue. This is just strange. I mean, again, maybe we have to fall back on shaders. So we have the pattern generally in place where we would have a terrain index to go with a tile set. Terrain set, the terrain. Not a path that we're doing. We need to call it per terrain type. So I don't think any of this can be safely asynced either. Welcome back, Rob. We are still stuck on performance. I have made the problem exaggerate by doing this. I've increased the size of the tiles to 64 by 64, which we can see a big load chunk right there. So if we trot along this until we see this little window pattern there again. So this was the initial load. We loaded 2 tiles right at the start. Right there, that huge hitch loading them up. A sync would be good, but we run the risk of operation collisions. Which, if we eventually shift back over to a traditional Survivor-style big square world, the possibility of updating tiles constantly could become an issue. Could we do it in increments is part of the question. Like smaller slices. Okay, let's do another experiment here. We're going to flashbang the audience. Then we're going to copy you again. And we're going to call you Narrow. Into that, we are going to sprite canvas size, and we are going to say 1 by 16. And we export you. Just so, go back in here, and we are going to say chunks narrow to double check. Chunks narrow, yep. And then go in here. So width is 1, its height is 16. All right, well, definitely some problems rendering that. Let's see what the errors say they are on the Godot side. Not create tile. Oh. Womp womp. Okay. We're sciencing. Handle message. Or Another error state, something's wrong. We should be getting steady updates there, but we're not. Okay, so player position is 0, 0 with chunk position of 0, 0. Ride. Here, we stop it there. Player position is further, chunk position is 6. Oh. X plus. There we go. Hard to tell if we're getting a hitch here, so we're going to increase the numbers. Gratuitous. So a bit of a hitch at the beginning. But I'm not seeing a big problem. So one thing that we could do would be to batch it. And just constantly update our logic here. But so we have two things. We have chunks that we're loading for the purposes of keeping the map on the screen. Then we have, like, this is what the map is. Then we have, for the purposes of mapping the world. So we could say that the map is a gigantic image. You know, as big as I want it to be, I'm not loading actual map chunks. That instead we divide the map into known chunk sizes and load all of them accordingly. Which isn't out of the question at all for our purposes. Okay, so multiple small passes is cheaper then probably within reason, multiple passes are cheaper. -1 to 1. We're going to put that back. We're going to go in here and we're going to set you back to this one because we know this will burden the system. Then we're going to go into set tile. Say each. Okay, we're setting them one cell at a time. This is even worse. Even worse. All right, Godot, tell me what's wrong this time. Okay, it's just spinning like crazy. Again, we could break it up into more. We load the whole map chunk. We load the whole map as one big entity. As a big texture. Then we go through and we break that into sub pieces. Potentially lots of them. This is without further messing with it. Still takes a while, but not nearly as much as it was. Wow! What's going on? Okay, we didn't do that test correctly. Kind of an explosion. Kind of an explosion. We did not do this test correctly, though. Put that back. We're going to go back into our world map, and we're going to say a chunk is 64 by 64. This is still not good. We are doing a fantastic amount of operations during this process. And yes, the load time is very real. Yeah, we have thousands of things that we're loading each time. Okay, let's mess with this a little further. Is less than. So we need, so we're iterating over the entire set. So we're going to have an internal counter here for this loop. So batched. Wait a minute. Oh. Let's I think I'd set up what amounted to an infinite loop. It's for each element in the collection, load the collection into a collection and load that as an individual operation. Okay, I fully anticipate we're going to get another big lurch coming up here. And boop. Okay. If batched. It's the 10. Hello, Robin. Else. Around. Oh, no. Thank you. You can see two of them right now, Robin. The in the lower right is Sammy. That's the tuxedo that is really visible. If you look in the upper left, that's Mason. He is tan and white, laying on a slightly lighter tan blanket. We'll definitely be able to see 3 cats, maybe more. Okay, so we can see 5 cats. We have Sky up in the cat tree. Ember is across from the keyboard in grayscale. Mason and Sammy on the bed, and then Molly is laying in the box in the play area. Valentine, you can call me Newt. Technically, the mechanist part is a title. An anachronistic title. Okay, we clear batched out, and we say position batch dot clear. Okay, Robin. So currently I'm using Godot 4.4. I'm going to be looking at 4.5, but for the time being, 4.4. I do most of the work of the code in C# in Visual Studio. It's more complicated, but it gives me more leeway as far as how the performance goes. I have a lot of control. I am in the midst of potentially breaking things. Position batch count. I don't know if you can do this in Python. I know there is a mono compiler for Godot, and there's the GD script for Godot. If there's anything left in the batch, we are going to send it. Okay, we're batching them in groups of 10. Faster, we do have flaws in our load here. Elements do be broken. I'll have to make a more coherent image. I'm making a Vampire Survivor style game, Robin, sometimes called a Bullet Heaven, sometimes inaccurately called a Bullet Hell. I do plan on Steam first, but I am compiling the thing in compatibility mode. Yeah, that doesn't help. Because we don't know that the positions are in a rational order is part of the problem. So we are trying to get it to work cleanly in compatibility settings. Okay, that's closer, but still not accurate. You can see this square is missing. Okay, let's get a more accurate image set up. Be blinded. Okay, we are going to have those, and going to make let's do that, and that, then they'll be nice and gaudy. And then we take you. Tips for pixel art. Figure out your resolution that you want to work with. Figure out the resolution you want to work with, and then pick tools accordingly. I work in smaller resolutions, so I can get away with doing exactly what I'm doing here, but if you're working with higher resolutions, other toolkits might be better for you. Most of my sprites are 16 by 16. Character sprite is currently 32 by 32. Upper left corner, lower left corner. And then upper... there. Okay, makes it clear where things... I kind of like the minimalist approach. That, and it's easier for me. I'm no amazing artist by any stretch. Okay, yeah, we can see broken bits in it. We're missing particular tiles. Now... Oh. Right here. We don't batch it properly. Add it to the batch. Then we say if it's greater than or equal to 64, we send it. And then we clear the batch. still too much. So there's just the iterating over this is one problem. And then there's actually having it do this rendering is another. Now, one possibility is I could defer those batches into frames. So every graphics frame, I do one part of the loading batch, which right now would be near instantaneous. And tick. Yeah, okay. Okay. We're gonna call it there for the day. Clearly, there's some extra tweaking that I need to do to get the performance up on this, and I think this is going to be trickery territory. So again, smaller batches, potentially rendered in sequence. So once I've queued them up to load, do the load in. Essentially turn the render into a two-state scenario. There is, I am waiting to see if I should load more of the map, and I am loading more of the map. When it's loading more of the map, it has a sequence of chunks that it wants to load and then unload. So we'll have a waiting, loading, unloading. And each of them, we're going to try to have them happen in smaller bits. I don't know how much we'll get away with. It comes down to practicality, and I might have to subdivide things accordingly. We'll see. Whatever the smallest piece is, that we don't notice it when we're dealing with this, that's what we'll be going with. But we're definitely approaching the dynamically build the chunks kind of thing. We'll have to see. But in any event, I hope everybody had a good time watching with us today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that stuff. Those things help the channels grow. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means like subscriptions, memberships, bits, and the like. I also have off-platform methods like Patreon, Coffee, and similar. You can find links to all my channels in the link tree in my bio and video descriptions. But with that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.